Auntie Dorothy did discover so many new beauties, both of person and of heart, that I was long in the doing, but setting down coldly all my observations, this is the sum of them. She was of an excellent middle stature, neither low nor over high, and in all her motions an easy sprightliness that compared well even with the slow grace of Madame Heliodora. Her eyes was dark, bright, and piercing, her hair not far removed from black, her complexion of the last degree of loveliness, mingling, as it did, the pleasing tints of the lily and the rose. But you could not rightly admire her features for your admiration of the mind that informed them, and rather than her face you would observe her mien of sweet contentment, such as a good conscience and a worthy life alone can furnish, though overspread with an air of chastened melancholy, which did but contribute to enhance her charms. And this also I perceived during this time, that whereas Mrs. Skipwith was never backward to ask questions of me, and likewise to pass her judgment on those things I told her, Dorothy spake little, but such words as she did say, was marked with such sense and gravity as did charm me mightily, reminding me at first of Madame Heliodora. But I soon perceived a great difference between these two ladies, yet such as wrought in no way to the disadvantage of either. For Madame Heliodora had been wont to utter her thought in its fullness, with a certain noble modesty, and yet with assurance, as knowing it was well worth our hearing, and that she had the right to say all she desired. But with Dorothy I had always the belief that she uttered only some small portion of her thought, and that there was much more behind, the which 'twould indeed enrich me to hear, could I but win upon her to give it forth. But this with all my art I could not attain unto, which did tease and allure me mightily, making me cry to myself, sure how happy will be that person to whom Dorothy shall open her whole heart, and more did I learn to desire that it might fall to me to be that person. But, strange though it may appear to you, the more I grew to value at their proper price my cousin's beauties of mind and heart, the further from her I seemed to be, nay, I was become so low and mean in my own sight, that that proposition which I had designed to make her, and which I had postponed on my first returning, lest the coldness on tea should shock her sensibilities, seemed now to me so rude and insulting as I might not dare to offend her ears therewith. For, says I to myself, how can I say calmly to such a woman as this, that I have wasted the best part of my life in a passion for that which belonged to another, and that all love is dead in my heart, and yet ask her to share with me my dignity and wealth, out of consideration for an ancient contract that I myself was the first to set aside. Sure 'twere profaneness and sacrilege to speak to a creature like this of marriage without love. Let me rather, says I, try to discover what manner of life, and shared with what person, she should esteem most to her taste, and endeavor to secure it for her, and then live out the remainder of my lonely existence happy in her happiness. But the more I reasoned thus with myself, the more I felt that that ideal or phantasm of wedded life that had presented itself to me at Surat was the only thing that could promise me earthly happiness, and that, without Dorothy were mine, this ideal could never be. And though I chid my foolish heart almost hourly, demanding on T now how I could be so insensible as not to love a creature of such transcendent excellence, and now how could I expect to love her when love and the power thereof was dead within me. Yet my resentments were never a whit diminished in this way, but rather increased, so that I walked abroad daily in a mighty turmoil and confusion of mind, until that chanced which confirmed the fear that had been aroused in my heart by Mr. Sternhold's words on our first meeting. For 'twas my custom at this time to ride over a certain part of my estates every day, visiting the farmers and cottagers and making myself known to them, and everywhere I received the greatest kindness and a prodigious warm welcome, and many also, hearing that I wan't wedded to any gentlewoman in foreign parts, believed me to be returned with the intent to marry Dorothy, and so encouraged me thereto, heaping many blessings on her head. Now one afternoon, when I was returning from such a visit as this, I felt a desire for solitude and communing with myself, and so sent my horse back to Elswether by Loldus, that rid after me, and walked on by myself. But I want doomed to enjoy my solitude long, for scarce had I walked a quarter of a mile before I heard the sound of wheels in the mire, and looking back, saw a neat coach come along behind me, with a lady beckoning to me with her fan from the window on T. And I going to see what she would have with me, found her to be my ancient acquaintance, Mrs. Packworth, and with her Mrs. Sternhold her mother, and not having yet seen either of these gentlewomen since my return, save only in church, they did desire of me to come into the coach with them, and they would carry me home, while I told them concerning myself and my travels. And this I want by no means loath to do, finding my single meditations little comforting, and so entered the coach and sat opposite to them, and for a time we were very merry, the two gentlewomen asking me questions, and I answering them. And when all their questions was done, I said to them that 'twas my turn to ask, and they consenting that this was only fair, I did begin. But no sooner had I touched, though in the most delicate way imaginable, upon Dorothy, than Mrs. Sternhold looked upon me as though grieved and astonished for the hardness of my heart, and Mrs. Packworth seemed all at once to become angry and contemptuous of me. "Come, sir," says she, "sure you need discover no interest in Mrs. Brandon, for we all know that you have resigned all pretension to her." "Cicely, my dear daughter," says her mother, but Mrs. Packworth would not agree to withdraw from her position. "An't it true," she says to me. "Madam," says I, "perhaps you'll allow me, speaking in confidence, to say that 'tis possible for any person to repent of his early sins and follies, and, having been duly punished for 'em, to do his best to amend 'em. I presume, sir, that Mrs. Brandon's inclinations will carry some weight in such a matter," cries she, "just as had her father." "I think, madam," says I, "that you can scarce deem me likely to wish to force Mrs. Brandon's inclinations. Nevertheless, 'tis allowable in me to cherish a hope that, while demanding no more favor at starting than any other person, I may be able to show my regret for my former carriage, and perhaps in due time to enlist her heart in my cause." "And in what kind of cause is that?" says she. "Can you dare to hope, sir? Can you even wish that Mrs. Brandon should give her heart into the keeping of a person that hadn't he so much as a heart, though never such a poor one, to give her in return, since his own was lost in foreign parts long ago. Nay, madam, for her mother was showing herself desirous to arrest her in her discourse. Prithee let me speak. 'Tis but just that Mr. Carlyon should hear the truth. There ain't he none at the Hall will tell it him, and 'tis well he should know how Mrs. Dorothy's friends regard him. Pray, sir, do you think that Mrs. Brandon is your property, like your horse or your blackamoor, that having once cast her aside, you may gain her again at your conveniency? Indeed, madam, quoth I am but too much sensible of my faithless and evil conduct in the past, and yet at times I entertain such confidence in Mrs. Brandon's gentle and forgiving spirit as I am almost ready to believe she will admit me to her favor again upon assurance of my sincere repentance. Now this indeed was that very thing whereof I was perpetually doubting nowadays, and nothing was further from my intention than to make such a boast, but yet I could not resist giving utterance thereto, being somewhat heated by Mrs. Packworth's condemnation of me. But she was a better fighter than I. Well-a-day, she cries, that I should live to hear a gentleman affirm coolly that he desires and expects a lady to receive him into her favor when not only he don't offer her any love, but glories in having none to offer. In truth, madam, says I, mighty uncomfortable, you know more of my heart than I, for it is so prodigiously tumbled up and down that no pains will enable me to read it aright. Is that so, sir? Saith she. Then pray listen to me, for I have that to tell you which shall quickly resolve your doubts as to the nature of your resentments for Mrs. Brandon. 2 or 3 minutes back you seemed, though little as if you feared any such thing, to remember that 'twas possible Mrs. Brandon might entertain other views for the disposal of her hand. Now thus much I can tell you, that there is a certain gentleman in whose cause her heart is very deeply engaged, so much so, that I am well assured she should never entertain with pleasure a proposition of marriage from any other. And I don't say this out of malice only, for 'tis absolute truth, as my mother will assure you. And this gentleman's name, said I, with an air of as great calmness as I could assume, though it seemed to me as if a sudden thick darkness were spread all around me. That I must not tell you, says she. Nay, mother, I'll not have you speak, if you please. What? Shall we betray Mrs. Dorothy's confidence that she hath reposed in us? I can't tell, said I, though slowly and with difficulty, who this person may be. Hath he visited upon my cousin since my return? Not since your return, sir, saith Mrs. Packworth mighty demurely, but with something of mystery in her air that I could not understand. I must needs inquire his intentions, says I, scarce knowing what I said. Sure, sir, says Mrs. Sternhold, your best course were to inquire of Mrs. Brandon herself. She would be little like to relish our making a common talk of her matters, but she could scarce refuse to grant you such satisfaction as you may desire touching em from her own lips. I must needs follow your counsel, madam, says I, meanwhile, may I entreat of you and Mrs. Packworth to dispense here with my further attendance. I see we are arrived at the path leading to the hole through the woods, and I would fain hasten home." Thus speaking, and making apologies that I understood not while I did utter I left the coach, standing uncovered until it was departed, and hearing the voices of the two gentlewomen in contention, as though Mrs. Sternhold desired to tell me that which her daughter had refused me. I could not doubt but they were triumphing over me, but I cared not a whit for their triumph. Though they had done no more, they had at the least fulfilled their purpose, in showing me my own heart, and they had doubtless rejoiced to have beheld me hasten into the wood, and cast myself, in my anguish, on the ground. And this because Mrs. Packworth's discourse had revealed to me on a sudden that I had misread my resentiments, and that, so far from my heart's being dead, it was alive, and loved Dorothy. And this seemed to me so ironical a stroke of fate that I groaned aloud, namely, that when she had been free and waiting for me I had rejected her, but that now, when her love was given to another, I was returned, and had learned to love her. Thus I could not deny that I was rightly served, and could blame no one but myself, that had behaved so foolishly both in the one case and in the other. And this led me to perceive that 'twould be prodigious unjust in me to cause Dorothy and her servant to suffer for either the one or the other of my faults, and that 'twas my duty to give all my pains henceforth to render them happy. And this arrived at, I did rise up from the ground, somewhat ashamed of this outburst of unmanly despair, and did turn my steps towards home, revolving many things in my mind. For I determined that if Dorothy's unknown servant should prove a convenient match for her, as I could scarce doubt but he should, I would see them safely married and resign to them elsewhere for to dwell in, and return myself with Loldus to East India, entreating the company to have me appointed to Bombay or Bengal, with a few do go by choice, these places being esteemed deadly for the English. And musing upon these plans, I could not resist comparing them with my joyous anticipations in returning home, and bewailing myself therefore, and so wandered on, having forgot that I had told Mrs. Packworth I must needs hasten home, until the darkness began to overtake me while I was yet in the wood. And upon this I made haste to find the right path, fearing lest it should become pitch dark, and I miss my road. Hastening on, then, in the way I had chosen, I saw in front of me the form of a woman wrapped in a hooded cloak, hurrying very fast as though in fear. I could scarce believe my eyes, but yet to me that shape wanted to be mistook, and I come up with the woman quickly, and touched her on the arm. She turned round with a face that was white even in the twilight, but cried out with delight for to see me. "Oh, Ned, 'tis only you," she said, and took my hand, for all the world as though we had been children together again. "What do you here, cousin, at this hour and alone?" said I. "I have been to see Jobson's wife," says she, "and to carry her some broth." "Jobson the poacher," says I. Says she, "but poachers' wives have need of meat and physic as well as other men's." "I don't chide you for that, cousin," says I, "but for your coming here alone. 'Tis commonly known that Jobson is a rude and dangerous fellow, and much given to strong liquors, and I would not have you fall in with him when he is in his cups." Sure Miles should have been with you, with a lantern and a cudgel. He was ready to come, said she, but I preferred to be alone, and so bid him go back. Would Mrs. Skipwith approve of this, cousin? I asked. I never asked her, says Dorothy. I ain't a small child, cousin Ned, to be bid where to go, and chid for all I do. No, indeed, says I can well remember, doll, the time when Mrs. Skipwith was governess to you, but now you do seem to me to govern her. She laughed, yet not all pleasantly. I am well ruled, none the less, said she. And it seems to me that it ain't unneeded, says I. See you here, cousin, if you find it irksome to be without any fellow. 136. Save Mrs. Skipwith, I will endeavour to seek out some young damsel of agreeable conditions that shall bear you company, and assist you to divert yourself. But since you are in my house, I must beg that you won't walk abroad unless attended suitably to your quality. Sure you must perceive that this is only right. But Dorothy snatched her hand from mine, and walked on with her head held high, as she had done when we had last passed through this wood together. "'Tis very courteously done in you, to remind me of my situation as a dependent in your house, cousin," she cried, and stopped as though too angry to continue. "Cousin," says I, "you are unjust toward me. I desire naught save your honor and advantage." But she would not vouchsafe neither to answer me nor speak to me, and we came home in silence. And all that evening would she scarce say a word to me, nor even look at me. And though you would think that I should rejoice in this, inasmuch as 'twould enable me the more easily to conquer my love for her, yet it won't so, but I must needs offer all the courtesies in my power, and follow her with my eyes, silently demanding pardon for my unwitting offending of her. But all this moved her not a whit, so that I went to bed very unhappy, but loving her more than ever. And the next day, which was prodigious wet and stormy, Dorothy busied herself all the morning with the maids upstairs, scrubbing and cleaning and doing other such things, and raising such a noise and dust as that she was fain at dinner time to abide in her own chamber, saying that she was attacked with a fit of them Grimm's. 137, and after dinner, the weather mending somewhat, I rid out after my usual fashion, with Loldus behind me, very unhappy by reason of the damp, and I much more unhappy by reason of the turmoil in my mind. But coming in after dark, prodigious weary and miserable, I found an agreeable surprise to await me, for casting myself with a sigh upon the oaken settle beside the great fire in the hall, thinking no one to be near me, I did behold Dorothy sitting opposite to me in the shadow, when my eyes grew accustomed to the light. "You han't been abroad today, cousin?" said I. "No," said she. "Mrs. Skipwith is gone to drink a dish of Thea with Mrs. Sternhold, and Miles is attending upon her." "I'll wait upon you with pleasure, cousin, whithersoever you may desire," says I, "and esteem it an honor if you'll accept of my services." "I thank you, cousin," says she, "but I han't no list to walk abroad tonight." And with that we were silent again, I watching Dorothy curiously when the firelight revealed her face to me, and wondering whether I might now trust myself to ask her concerning her servant. but on a sudden my eyes lit upon a certain great old book in a brown binding that lay beside her on the settle, half hid by her gown, and stretching out my hand I took it up. "Why, here is the Arcadia," says I, undoing the silver clasps. "Have you been diverting yourself with the pretty fancies of the gentle knight, cousin?" "I chanced upon the old book upstairs this morning," says she, "and brought it hither for to recall old days withal." "Suffer me also to recall 'em," says I, and opening the book, sought out that pathetical piece of the parting of Argolis and Parthenia, over the which we had so often mingled our tears when we was children, and thereafter the moving scene wherein Parthenia is slain by Amphialus, the which did draw tears from Dorothy even now. And as for me, I found it hard to read, for the remembrance of the early days was so strong upon me that I conceived a double meaning in all the words, seeing Dorothy in Parthenia when she cries to Argolis, saying, "Woe is me, what shall become of me, if you thus abandon me?" And in this I want he alone, for I perceived that my cousin was much moved by those other words of Parthenia, viz., "O life, O death, answer for me, that my thoughts have not so much as in a dream tasted any comfort since they were deprived of Argolis." Sure, says I to myself, I am a worse murderer than ever was Amphialus, and should experience a greater remorse, since I have slain that sweet love and confidence that my cousin once reposed in me. But this was when I had ended my reading, and Dorothy was wiping away her tears. "'Tis all one as though we was children again," she said, as though excusing herself. "We have sat here so often just as now, and you have read Argolis and Parthenia by the firelight." "I have wished more than once, cousin," says I, "that we might be Polixandra and Cleombrocles again, with all our troubles but a fantasy." "And so have I," she said, and was silent, and neither she nor I spake one word for some time. Then Dorothy rose up suddenly. "'Tis a foolish wish, cousin," says she. "We ain't babes now, but man and woman grown, and as our lives are, so we have made 'em, and so they must be lived." And thus saying, she left me, I feigning still to read in the old book, but seeing none of the words in its pages. For I knew that my cousin was not wont to be thus difficult and bitter, as in these last 2 days, except upon occasion, and I could well conceive that this occasion arose upon the trouble in which she found herself with regard to her servant, she not knowing whether I would entertain his suit with favor or not. I being then mighty grieved to cause so much sorrow not only to myself but to her, did determine to learn from Mrs. Skip with this gentleman's name and quality, and so invite him to visit me, when I might endeavor so to order matters as to lead to their happiness. But as it chanced, I could do no more that night, for there come from London by wagon all my heavy chests of toys and such like bought in the Indies, and I had much ado to stow them all away. I was minded at first to open them, but in the first that come to hand was there naught but jewelry and other furniture that I had bought with an eye to Dorothy, at that time when I so foolishly and presumptuously believed that if I did but return home and ask her, she should be ready to marry me on the instant. And these I could not now bear to see, both from the shame and the sorrow that possessed me, so that I thrust 'em back into their box, and had all put out of sight at once. And after that was there only time for my one game of chess with Mrs. Skipwith, and then to bed, very weary and prodigious unhappy. And in the morning, reflecting that when a disagreeable piece of business is to be done, it were as well done sooner as later, I sought Mrs. Skipwith at an hour when I knew that Dorothy was wont to be in the kitchen or the still room overlooking the maids. And first of all I made her a compliment upon my cousin's figure and her good breeding, saying that sure no country lady had ever such elegant manners before. But this, says I, was evidently to be traced to the excellence of her instructress in the same line. And at this Mrs. Skipwith smiled and bridled, conceiving herself highly flattered, and declared that she and Mrs. Sternhold had ofttimes said one to another that 'twas 1,000 pities that so divine a creature should be so little seen and admired. Do I understand you to intend, madam, says I, that my cousin ha'n't he seen no genteel company, such as her quality and her breeding alike fit her to adorn? Nay, sir, says Mrs. Skipwith, there is several gentlewomen, the ladies of persons of substance in the county, that have shown themselves prodigious kind to Mrs. Brandon, and I have often waited upon her to their houses. 'Twas your honoured father's desire that she should enjoy all the diversion she might properly obtain, and this in especial after that letter of your honour's come from that French place, some popish name it had, but I have forgot it. But, as I was saying, Sir Harry says to me, on his receiving this letter, that Mrs. Dorothy must needs have her chance, for 'twas indeed her right, and if she should meet with any gentleman of suitable fortune that wa'n't he disagreeable to her, he would not keep him from marrying. And sure she had her chance, if ever a young damsel did, for there wa'n't he a gentleman in these parts, that was unwed, I would say, that did not seek her company, and there was very many made proposals of marriage to Sir Harry for her. And pray, madam, says I, groaning within myself to perceive how many were desirous to obtain the treasure that I had been so ready to cast away, in the cause of which of these gentlemen was my cousin's heart the most engaged. Why, sir, for none of them, quoth she very quickly, as though in astonishment, not even my Lord Harmarthwaite nor my Lord Duke of London, that are both wedded now, and very high indeed, could touch her heart. The second, as I know, for Sir Harry told me on tea, though Mrs. Brandon never a word, was very urgent with her to wed him, saying that she was designed by nature to be the star of the court, and not to be lost here in the country, but she thanked him very modestly for the honour he had wished to do her, and begged him to pardon her refusing his proposals. And touching my Lord Harmarthwaite, I think Mr. Sternhold writ to you, sir, for he was very well affected towards him, and thought Mrs. Brandon a fool for her pains in refusing him. Then said I, cursing myself once again for my folly in rejecting the happiness that had once been mine for the asking, I must ask you, madam, to make clear for me a certain matter. 'Tis told me that my cousin entertains a preference for a gentleman whose name is unknown to me. Who is this person? And where did Mrs. Brandon fall in with him if not in company? But upon this Mrs. Skipwith seemed confused and out of countenance. I'll answer for tea that she and he met with him in company was all I might prevail upon her to say. But pray, madam, says I, how am I to discover this gentleman if you won't be good enough to tell me his name? Must I ask it of my cousin herself? Sir, says she, I can't doubt but you'll find that your best course, for I hold no authority to give you any news of this person. Pray, madam, says I, somewhat angry, am I to understand that my cousineth forbid you to touch on this topic with me? Truly, sir, quoth she, you want far wrong in understanding that I am promised to tell you naught of Mrs. Dorothy's private matters. But surely, madam, said I, the mere name of her servant, and pray, sir, and that Mrs. Dorothy's private matter, says she, and I could not deny it. Wherefore I found myself compelled to resort to Dorothy herself, for that I did desire to know, since none of her friends would vouchsafe to tell it me, and this I did most especially dread, lest in treating of her love I should reveal my own, and thus disturb and trouble her. But since this measure could not be avoided, I resolved that it should be undertook on the morrow, and so rid abroad a long way in the afternoon, seeking to escape from myself and my own thoughts, and succeeding not at all in either design. Then in the evening, having twice begun my game of chess with Mrs. Skipwith, and been routed with great loss, so that she declared I was surely losing my intellectuals, and I was fain to believe the same, I left trying to play, and sat in a corner staring at Dorothy, not knowing that I did it until I saw her turn from red to white and change countenance before me. And upon this I was mightily ashamed, and leaving the parlor, went out into the stormy night, and began walking up and down the fir walk in the darkness by myself, hearing the branches of the trees creak in the wind overhead, and watching, though without any purpose of so doing, the dark clouds scud across the face of the moon. And thus walking, I did begin to rebuke myself very heartily. Come, Ned Carleon, says I to myself, is this your courtesy towards this poor woman, to stare her out of countenance until she can't so much as lift her eyes in your presence? And it your desire to carry yourself as a gentleman, as the person that loves Dorothy Brandon, though without any hope of winning her favor, should do? What right have you, that owe all your miseries to your own blindness, to endeavor to involve her in Be a man, and find your happiness in hers. If the contemplation of so lovely and gracious a creature enjoying all the felicity that she deserves can't content you, you are a sorry fellow, and the more that 'tis in your own power in some measure to bring about and ensure this felicity. Be thankful, then, for that, and accept of your troubles as your rightful punishment. Remember the sweetness and cheerfulness wherewith the Viscount, your friend, endured the long separation from his love, nay, the noble constancy and equanimity of Madame Heliodora herself, and model your actions upon Thus then I reasoned with myself, but only arrived at remembering that the Viscount and Madame Heliodora were confident each in the other's constancy, and might look forward to a time when this should be rewarded, which I might not do. And so, little comforted, to bed, resolving to speak with Dorothy on the morrow. And in the morning, being purposed not to suffer her to escape me, I laid wait for her on the stairs, when she come down with a great posy of dry lavender in her hand, intended, as I suppose, for some use in her household economy, and begged of her to come with me into the garden. And this entreaty she granted, though not without some alarm, as it seemed to me, and tying quickly a great straw hat over her cap, she threw a scarf about her shoulders, and joined me, when we walked along the terrace walks in the pleasure garden. Now the night had been extreme boisterous, and the wind had torn from the trees the few fading leaves that were left them, so that they lay about our feet golden and brown and red, or fluttered feebly upon the grass lawn. Sure this is a picture of my life, says I, looking upon a stormy dawn, ending in desolation, and more storms to come. Nay, cousin, says Dorothy, you have tarried so long in the Indies that you have forgot your English weather wisdom. By the tokens of the sky I prophesy a fair day and a calm sunset. Be it so, said I, the omen is yours, cousin, and I am glad on't, though the compassing your happiness may mean my further undoing. You speak in riddles, cousin, says she, looking at me with some indignation. I hope, says I, that my cousin Dorothy believes that I set her happiness above my own. And I hope, says she, that my cousin Ned don't think so meanly of me as to believe that I would buy my happiness at the cost of his. Alas, doll, says I, you would not, but it isn't any longer in your power to buy or refuse. And this very matter is that I would fain treat with you this morning. I had been better pleased to have settled it all to your liking without troubling you thereabout, but all your friends do show themselves so prodigious tender of your punctilio that they will none of them tell me that which 'tis needful for me to know. I ask your pardon beforehand, cousin, if I offend you in this straightforward dealing, in spite of all my precaution. Pray tell me your meaning, cousin Ned, says she, as though perplexed. I am told, cousin, said I, that there's a certain gentleman addressing you, in whose suit your heart is deeply engaged. Pray pardon my roughness, for she seemed to be about to say somewhat, but her face was turned away from me and I could not see it. Wherefore I did continue, but sure you must know that I desire above all things your good, and would fain see you happy with this gentleman, though it were to prove my own perpetual misery. Pray, cousin, says she, with a sound as of a sob in her voice, aren't you a little hard towards a person that can scarce have injured you? Sure the poor man's happiness need not inconvenience you, nor far less cause you perpetual misery. Nay, Dorothy, I cried, amazed at her misreading of me, you are unjust towards me, and to clear myself I must needs reveal that which I had determined to keep hid. At least pity me, for though I have wronged you, yet now I am punished for it. If I have despised you in my blindness, I have learned to love you when too late, and have been given to know my love in vain. The victory lies with you, cousin, only use it mercifully. 'Tis my desire to show myself not unworthy of loving you, and I would not prove a churl. I hope yet to see you happily wedded to your servant, and settled here at Elswether, if this should please you, for I purpose returning again to East India. Ned, my dear cousin, she cried, turning upon me her eyes full of tears, but why not remain here? Nay, said I am a stone, Dorothy, and I fear lest my melancholical humor should cloud your happiness. But let that pass. You know, cousin, that though I ha'n't any real authority over you, yet in the eyes of the world I am your guardian, and that it rests with me to order all things with your servant. Tell me his name, then, if you please, that so I may have some commerce with him. But that I can't tell you, no, never, says Dorothy, beginning to twist the edge of her scarf with her fingers. And this an excess of sensibility, cousin, said I. But how can I, says she, very red. Sure you are too hard upon me, cousin Ned. A plague on all those good people that meddle in my matters. Here's a pretty pass they have brought me to. Surely, cousin, said I, only his name, to give me to know who he is. Ask yourself, sir, says Dorothy, and runs away from me, leaving me as much at a loss as ever. And no further occasion did she vouchsafe me for to inquire of her, for she was among the maids all morning, and at dinner she sat with eyes cast down and blushing face, nor never looked at me once, so that after I did go out in despair. Chapter 18. Of my attaining my desired haven after long trial of stormy seas. Now after dinner I did set out as usual upon my ride, but I was come no further than to Puckle Acton when I found that my horse had cast a shoe. And for this there was evidently naught to be done save to chide Loldus for his not looking better to his duty, and to bid him carry the horse at once to the smithy and have the blacksmith look to him, while as I walked on by myself. And after walking through the town and turning back, I came by another way to Mr. Sternhold's house, and there found Mrs. Diony in the garden, with a scarf thrown over her cap, overseeing the gardener that was at work sweeping up the dead leaves and broken twigs on the paths. Now Mrs. Diony was ever my favourite of Mr. Sternhold's two daughters, and had been wont to show great kindness to Dorothy and myself in our childhood, so that it seemed to me that she might give me some help in my perplexity. And for this reason I wanted sorry when she, coming to the gate for to inquire of me concerning Mrs. Skipwither's disease in her eyes, that was become an extraordinary great trouble to her of late, begged of me to come within, saying that she had scarce so much as caught sight of me since my return. Now after some discourse had betwixt us on indifferent topics, she did begin to rally me upon my mournful looks, saying that it wanted by no means becoming to a gentleman but just come home to a fair estate and a sufficient fortune to bear such a melancholical air. And upon this I did open to her my trouble, showing her how my fair estate and my sufficient fortune was as naught to me without the woman that might have been mine had I not slighted her, and passing that over, pointed out how that all my plans for my cousin's happiness were made of no avail by this strange conspiracy wherein all her friends were entered for to keep her servant's name a secret. Says Mrs. Diony, I have heard something on't from my sister Packworth. All the world knows on't save myself, says I. Pray, madam, do me the favour to tell me the gentleman's name. And here I thought I must have success at last, but Mrs. Diony shook her head, and looked at me with an air of pleasantry. I scarce think Mrs. Brandon would be well pleased if I so did, says she. No, sir, take the advice of one that knows your cousin as well, I may say, as any, and put your question to her again. I believe I don't err in saying that she regrets this misunderstanding as much as yourself, and I would counsel you to take her apart as soon as you can, and ask her what you desire to know, refusing to let her depart until she have given you an answer. 'Tis passing strange, says I, that all my acquaintance should combine to keep me in the dark concerning such a simple matter. But I'll follow your counsel, madam, though I had fain evaded another privy talk with my cousin, for this perpetual pleading in favor of another person is become very irksome to me, and I care little to be forced to work so long at perfecting my own future misery. And with that I took my leave and departed, refusing even to drink a dish of chocolate with Mrs. Diony, though she assured me it was of the best, and brought from London by Frank Packworth in his late journey thither, for I was desirous to end this matter and be done with it. But I wondered much that no one seemed fully to understand my reasonable unhappiness, yet, even Mrs. Diony herself, though she essayed much to comfort me, yet I am sure that I heard her laugh as I went my way. But I was in no mood neither to turn back for to upbraid her, nor yet to seek for any other counsellor, but went on straight towards Elswether, being minded to get over my business with Dorothy so soon as might be. And coming towards the house through the small coppice that abuts on the pleasure garden, I saw before me my cousin Dorothy, sitting on a grotesque wooden seat there, and weeping. And seeing this, I quickened my pace, my heart smiting me for unkindness and impatience towards her in the morning, but before I came up with her, my footsteps making no sound upon the turf, she rose up from her seat, and drying her eyes with prodigious care and art, began to walk towards the house. And I overtaking her, she turned towards me with great cheerfulness, such is the strength of mind in women, and seemed prepared to discourse very pleasantly. I trust, cousin, that you have passed an agreeable afternoon, says she. I trust yours has been a better one, cousin, says I. Then we walked in silence for a time, until we come on to the terrace. Sure we shall have rain again tomorrow, says Dorothy, looking at the sunset. Your prophecy of a fair afternoon is come true, cousin, says I, but now that we are again arrived upon the same theme, perhaps you'll be so kind as to vouchsafe to resolve the mystery beneath which I am laboring. I think you must perceive, cousin, that I am anxious to assure your happiness, so far as lies in my power, but this I can't do without you tell me your servant's name. Will you assure me, upon your word and honor, that you can't imagine it, cousin, says she, looking at me very hard. Upon my word and honor, cousin, I hadn't the slightest hint on tea, says I, and was surprised to see Dorothy laugh, though her eyes were full of tears. Was ever man so blind, she said, and was ever poor woman in so hard case? Oh, cousin Ned, I am afraid to entrust my secret to you, you are so prodigious dull concerning it. You would have me use you pitifully, you say, but how are you using me, in forcing me through pity to disclose to you so delicate a matter? Sure you must promise me that should you afterward repent of this day's work you'll bear me out that 'twas undertook at your earnest entreaty, and not through any forwardness of mine. Have you thought me forward, cousin? Never, says I. The very strictest prude is forward in comparison with you, cousin. That relieves my conscience, says she. Now, must I needs tell it, Ned? But no, she stopped, and I saw her lips was all trembling. I can't tell it abroad here. The birds might chance to hear it, or the herbs in the borders, who knows? Come with me into the oaken gallery. Maybe I can speak there easier. So we two come into the gallery by the outside stair, the same whereby my grandfather had once escaped from a band of Roundhead soldiers sent for to apprehend him, and Dorothy did lead the way to the further end until we come opposite to the pictures of her parents, and the spot where we had once stood together near 21 years before. She went and stood between the portraits, needing now no chair to bring her pale face, whereon the light of the sunset did shine through the window, to a level with the painted faces on the wall behind her, faces superior to hers neither in the beauty nor in the courage depicted therein. Ned, says she, fixing her eyes upon me, methinks I can tell you my tale easier here than elsewhere. More than 20 years ago, my servant and I met in this place, and he passed me his word to return and marry me if certain conditions that he imposed were fulfilled. I can't tell whether they be fulfilled or no, so far as I might, I have strove to carry 'em out, and if I han't he succeeded, prithee blame my power or my wit, and not my will. I want he loath to wait for my servant, even though 'twere for many years, for I loved him, and I was often wont to steal away hither, and repeat with myself that discourse I had with him, desiring naught so much as his return and approbation. But for that, Ned, I have waited 20 years. Dorothy, I cried in an agony, spare me this recital, though I grant you 'tis well deserved. Consider how much more I am tried in losing you, than you in failing of me, you, moreover, that have your favored servant to supply my place. Why torture me with the remembrance that hath already near drove me mad, instead of ending the business that brought us here? For pity's sake, tell me this gentleman's name. Mr. Edward Carlyon, saith she, dropping her eyes and standing as though guilty before me. But the other gentleman, cousin, I cried, seizing her hand. There never was no other, saith she. The whole tale was devised by my good friends, thinking to do I don't know what good turn to me. Nay, Ned, cousin, I do entreat you, sir, without so much as leave asked or given, for I had not been able to refrain from embracing her, when it come to me all at once that these ladies, whose words had so sorely perturbed me, had been pointing all the time at myself, when they signified my cousin's preoccupation in behalf of a certain gentleman, designing at the same time to punish my faithlessness and to increase my ardor, though this, indeed, wan't necessary. But upon Dorothy's remonstrance I did perceive my hastiness, though I can't say that I repented on't, and begged her pardon very humbly, when she relenting gave to me her hand for to kiss. And thereafter my love and I stood long at that window in the gallery, where we had stood so long before, and talked of many things. And Dorothy told me that on my return she had perceived that my ancient love for her was dead, and did therefore determine to hide and conceal her own, lest I might turn to her again out of pity. But whether she would have succeeded in this design, or would later have penetrated into my true sentiments, can't now be known, since her friends were advised to practice that strange piece of artifice which had brought us happily together at last. Now at supper time, going together into the parlour, we found Mrs. Skipwith fallen into a grievous trouble of mind touching us, in that she had missed us both, and there was none could tell her where we were, nor did she, knowing the posture of affairs between us, once suppose us to be together, which, had she thought on't, had set her mind to rest. And she springing up from her chair to greet us with great joy, I did lead Dorothy to her. Mrs. Dorothy desires to present her servant to you. Madam, says I. Her servant, cried the old lady, looking from the one of us to the other in no small bewilderment. But who is he? I had understood that she loved you, sir. Oh, madam, pray don't betray my secrets, says Dorothy in her saucy way. Han't I leave to change my mind? Madam, says I, I'll hope Mrs. Dorothy han't changed her mind since she gave you that assurance, for she hath done me the honour to accept of me as her servant for the space of my whole life. 'Twas still some little time before Mrs. Skipwith might be brought to conceive the truth properly, but when she did so, she fell a kissing us both with great delight, and did entertain us mightily at supper by the reciting both of all her hopes and fears with respect to us, and also with divers pretty tales of the courtship of my honoured father and mother, and of my Lord and Lady Brandon. And seeing what delight this manner of talk gave to the good old gentlewoman, we did indulge her in tea, but when afterwards she waxed drowsy, and nodded in her chair, I gave my hand to Dorothy, and we did creep into the hall, and sat there upon the settle by the fire, hand in hand, as if we were children again. And here in the firelight, I did make to Dorothy a full confession of all those things whereof you know already, not sparing, as I hope, myself, for indeed I had no design to do this, but declaring the honour and esteem I still cherished towards Madame Heliodora, to whom, as I told Dorothy, I must remain humbly devoted all my days. For though I did, and shall throughout my life, thank God for her refusing of my suit, and her for showing me so clearly and plainly my duty, yet her image remained enthroned in my mind like the figure of some queen or saint, the pattern and model of all good women. But this Dorothy would have it that she did not desire to see changed, though she said merrily that I must not seek to mould her upon the figure of this paragon of mine, declaring that she loved Madame Heliodora from my character of her, and that she would be well pleased to see her ladyship at some time, and hold discourse with her. And both of us being thus content, we were silent a while, and then fell to talking of my life at St. Thomas, when I found courage to put to Dorothy a question that I had lacked boldness to ask her before. And indeed, though she made shift to answer it then, and though I have always been wont to study and admire the histories of the marvellous patience and kindness of good women towards most unworthy men, yet I can never cease wondering when I ask myself that question yet. Tell me, sweet doll, says I, how is 't that your love for me hath thus wondrously outlived these many years of sorrow and unkindness since we parted? Nay, Ned, says Dorothy, leaning her chin on her hand, and looking into the fire, who can tell how love grows and is nourished up? Sure I had known and loved you all your life until your setting forth, and the remembrance of you, so far from becoming faint, did but grow stronger and more fond by reason of your letters and the compliments made to Sir Harry on the possession of such a son by good Mr. Martin, when he took occasion to write to him. For that which I recollected not, my fancy wanty idle, and truly I think I loved you as well, though absent, as if you had been always with me, for, possessing you, I seemed to be lifted up above the cares and hopes of the other young gentlewomen of my acquaintance. There was many of them handsomer and richer than I, but there was none had such a servant as I had in you. Sure you will laugh when I tell you that the confidence I reposed in you had been huge even in a romance, and could have borne any strain save the breaking of our bond by your own hand. 'Twas this confidence sustained me when we heard that you was fallen into the hands of the Inquisition, and your misfortune did but increase my love, for sure I must have loved you then, though I had never seen you in my life. Before that time, Ned, you had been to me a hero, but now a martyr and a saint. I don't know whether I prayed most for your enlargement, or thanked God for your steadfastness, but sure the happiest time of my life was when Sir Harry received your letter sent by Captain Freeman, telling of your marvelous deliverance and escape. And thereafter, Dorothy, says I, when she ceased, having told me this not all at once, but with divers arrests and pauses. After that she said, I enjoyed a space of the most delectable contentment that ever young damsel passed through. But what came next, I won't tell you, for fear it make you too proud. I beg that you won't question me touching the time that passed after that day when Sir Harry called me into the parlour, and showing me your letter wrote from St. Thomas, bid me think no more of you. Alas, wretch that I am! I cried, to have entreated so hardly such a woman as you, and such a father as I had. Sure I deserved that he should lay his curse upon me forever. Nay, Ned, my dear Ned, says she, laying her hand upon my arm the while I covered my face and groaned in my grief. Sir Harry never did that. True, he was grievously vexed at the way you carried it, but he softened much towards you in his latter days, and blamed himself that he had sent you, while yet young and tender, into so great temptation. Also he sent you his blessing at the last, as you know. Says I, and I can well guess through whose intercession he did so, Dorothy, my dear. But tell me, for a sudden thought was come to me, what that signified which you writ to me in that letter telling me of my father's death. You said that he bid me be worthy, and there stopped. Worthy of you, doll, and of your faithful love, want he that what he would say. My dear Sir Harry said many kind things that I hadn't he set down, says Dorothy, but I knew that I was right. That you could love me still, after my evil usage of you, is more than I could have supposed, I says to her. I loved you, Ned, says she, as though this were reason enough. Not perhaps the Edward that my fancy portrayed, but still, yes, says I, not the hero and the saint, but the poor sinner that was fallen into temptation. Little though he deserved it, yet he moved your pity, doll, and so in some way your love. I might always pray for you, she says slowly. Though I strove at first to pluck this love from my heart, knowing that you should soon be the husband of another, yet my prayers have ever been yours, Ned. Tell me again, doll, I cried, remembering on a sudden that vision or apparition of her that I had beheld at St. Thomas, and that had wrought so mightily with me, even withholding me from yielding to my Lord Marquis his will. Have you any particular recollection of a certain night, naming the year and the day, when you might have had intelligence of me in a dream? In a dream, says she. Why, Ned, I have often dreamt of you, so that would be no strange thing. But intelligence, do you say? I do indeed remember that one night, about the time whereof you speak, I had a very clear and distinct sight of you. I was about saying my prayers in my chamber, and it seemed afterwards as though I was fallen asleep as I knelt, for I had a vision of you, Ned, though I might not perceive plainly where you were, knowing only that I saw you, and that 'twas in my mind that you were threatened by great danger of dishonor. And so, looking upon you, I cried out to beg of you that you would resist the dishonor that was hanging over you, and then immediately awoke, and Mrs. Skipwith, hearing me cry out, came into my chamber and chid me for sitting up too late reading romances. And this seemed to me, though I can't pretend to explain the matter, to be connected, without any possibility of doubt, with that vision of mine, and I wondered much, and do still, at the strange providence that did vouchsafe these visions to both of us at that very time when I stood in so great need of some such warning, showing me distinctly the very face and form of Dorothy, then far removed from me in England, and making me to hear her very words. And of this matter we spake much, admiring prodigiously the action of Providence therein, but arrived at no explication on't more satisfactory to the scoffer than that 'twas a particular interposition of God in our favor. And this determination come to, we talked on divers other topics, and I learnt, though only slowly and in part, something of what should have seemed to me the slow and deadly dullness of the life that Dorothy had led at Elswether. Sure 'twas naught but a truly religious spirit and a steadfast devoting of herself to duty that could have bound down a young woman to such a course of life at that age when young persons are most wont to covet new scenes, and this in especial when they are possessed of such wit and parts as was she. And for this sad and sober life I blamed myself, as for her many other undeserved sorrows, until she was moved to rally me on the matter, and ask me what sort of wife I counted to have had in her if all her days had been gay and joyful, yet, even to ask me if I now liked her so ill that I had desired another fashion of breeding for her. And to this I could have but one answer, viz., that I liked her so well that I would not have one feature nor one condition in her altered, whereupon she laughed, and bid me be content with the present, and not seek to meddle with the past. And so with great profit and contentment we did talk until late at night. Now meditating the next day on my good fortune, it seemed to me that there wanted no reason why we should hold back, and not be married so soon as our banns might be asked. But opening my mind to Dorothy, she laughed at me for my haste, saying, "I must know more of your conditions, Master Ned, before I wed you." "Nay," says she, but dropping her jesting air when she saw my face troubled, "do you look for me to give up my servant so soon? 'Tis little chance to rule that any womaneth, and I can't agree to be chost of mine. Trust me, Ned, we shall be the happier for learning to know each other better before we wed." Nevertheless, she did suffer me, upon my very instant entreaty, to lay the matter before our friends, Mrs. Skipwith and Mrs. Sternhold, for to decide, I looking that they should have given the case at once in my favour, but instead on't they consented to give judgment against me. And more, they showed me, with many words and great plainness of speech, that I was an absolute barbarian for carrying it so, and that Dorothy might not by any possibility be wed before the spring, she having no wedding clothes ready. And to this I replied that wedding clothes wanted no concernment at all to me, but only Dorothy alone, and that if she would marry me at once, I would carry her to London, and there buy her whatever she might desire. But at this they cast up their hands in horror that my Lord Brandon's daughter should be wedded without any convenient preparation, and did beseech me almost with tears to suffer all to be duly done. And upon this I bid them make what preparation they should consider seemly, only to have it over speedily, and demanded of them what sum of money should buy all that was needed in as short a space as was possible, for that I would pay it at once, that they might begin straightway. But at this proposition again they did testify great dismay, assuring me that 'twas right against all decency for me to have to do with the matter, and that Dorothy's punctilio required that she should furnish all her wedding clothes herself. And I resenting this as a thing contrary to that right of propriety, 138, I had acquired in her, and further objecting that she had naught wherewith to furnish they showed me that my father had been wont always to give to Mrs. Skipwith for her use and Dorothy's the money gained by the sale of small matters within their province, as honey, poultry, and the like, such as many of our gentlewomen used to have for their own spending, and that she had now by this means a considerable sum laid by. And all this was to be spent for wedding clothes. And the end of this then was, that Dorothy and Mrs. Diony rid up to town in my new coach, I waiting upon and there did choose and buy such things as seemed to them to be needed. And very merry were we during that time, though 'twere too long to tell of all that we did, or of all the sights that we saw. For we visited upon Captain Freeman, now dwelling in a neat house at Deptford, with a garden reaching as far as the river, and a flagstaff of the bigness of a ship's mainmast, whereon he was wont to hoist up the St. George's Cross and the Company's ancient on holidays. And he conceived a high esteem for Dorothy, and told her much touching the voyages we had sailed together. And likewise we went to see the lions in the Tower, and walked in the park and spring gardens for to behold the court ladies and gallants in all their bravery, and resorted to the New Exchange and divers other places of public assembly, which pleased the two gentlewomen mightily. and meeting one day with my Lord Duke of London, Dorothy's ancient servant, and his Duchess, that was formerly my Lady Barberbury, 139, Harrington, of the Duchess of York's household, they bade us to an assembly at their house, where was many fine clothes and very pretty dancing, and so many persons of quality as I never saw, but among all the ladies not one that could compare with Dorothy, nor came near to do so. And moreover, my old Lady Duchess, widow to my own noble patron, and she that had aforetime hindered him from doing any kindness to Dorothy, as he had purposed, was so much taken with my dear love, both with respect to her beauty and her breeding, as nothing would serve but she must come down to our wedding, though in the month of February, and this she did, diverting the country people mightily with her great coach and her London apparel and manners. And being thus honoured with the presence of so great a lady, we were married on the 4th day of the month under very happy auspices, our friends filling the church, and testifying extraordinary great kindness towards us on the occasion of that happy event, the which, and I do most heartily thank God therefore, I have never found cause once to regret, nor my wife neither, as she assures me. And this though we have passed through certain trials, whereof one, that hath been the cause of the composing this book, was most heavy and grievous, as I shall show in due time. Chapter 19. Of certain ancient friends of mine that were sufferers for conscience sake. 'Twas ever a merry jest of mine with Mrs. Skipwith and Mrs. Sternhold that I had done well to hurry on my marriage, so as it took place when it did, for but 2 or 3 days later come the news of the death of His Majesty King Charles, so that all our festivities was broke up, and had we not been already married, we had been forced in all seemliness to have put it off. But this necessity happily escaped, we did take up our abode at Elswether with great happiness and contentment, and cared, I fear, and may God forgive us only too little for public events, considering but our own good fortune. And in this way that year, viz., 1685, passed away, the tidings of the troubles in the West Country and in France reaching us but distantly as rumours, my wife being busied with her household economy and I with the managing my estate, and each of us with the other, for in Dorothy I did continue to discern fresh excellences, such as commended her to me more and more the longer I knew her, and not the least of these in my eyes, the kindness and forbearance that she did continually maintain and increase towards me, her unworthy spouse. Now as time went on, we did engage together in a very weighty enterprise, namely, the writing that book of mine whereby my name, if remembered at all, is now known to the world of polite letters. In so great a work as this I durst not trust my own judgment, but read to my wife all that I had wrote, and took her counsel thereupon, and so made her, says she, near as learned as myself in all that hath respect to the Indies. For it had long seemed to me that there was a prodigious lack of a book that should set forth plainly, yet in full, all that was to be known touching the East that might prove of service either to gentlemen proceeding thither or to persons interested in the matter in England. And this object I flatter myself that my work aforesaid, an inquiry into the present state of East India hath attained, For not only doth it treat at length of the manners of the Indians, whether Moors, Chenchus, Parsis, or Black Jews, but it hath also a considerable account of all the Europe garrisons and factories, whether English, Dutch, French, or Portuguese, beside the Mughal Empire and the Moorish kingdoms only now destroyed, and likewise of the Mahratti power. And this book we did inscribe, as was only meet, to my Lord Duke of London, son to him that had done so much to embark me upon my Indian enterprise, and prefaced it with a neat dedicatory epistle in Latin, full of conceits after the classical style, which gave my wife and me a world of pains to write. Now this book, being in due course printed, brought upon me so much notice, and so many letters from several ingenious and erudite persons, many of them making me very handsome compliments both upon my style and matter, as filled my wife with pride, and made my name to be known even at the court, where His Majesty King James II was pleased to commend the work very prettily. And this, as I can't but think, determined my Lord Duke of London, that was Lord Lieutenant of the county at that time, to place me upon the commission of the peace for Northamptonshire. And in all these matters the time did pass so quickly away that 'twas 3 years after our marriage before I had either leisure or desire to give more than a passing thought to my former friends that I had known in the Indies, and this only because an unlooked-for accident did restore them suddenly to my mind. And the chief of these friends were, as you may well guess, Madame Heliodora and her spouse. Yet must you not believe that we had quite forgot them, for we were wont often to wonder how they had fared in those troubles that followed the undoing of that famous edict that made sure to the Protestants of France their liberties, called after the city of Nantes. But on making inquiries concerning of such of the fugitives as we had acquaintance with, and also of those that knew more of the great number of them than we were able to attain to, we could not find any that were come out of their neighborhood. And this being so, we were content to hope that the persecution had not reached their province, and that they remained unmolested, and so satisfied ourselves with sending such help as we could furnish to the great company of these poor people, and sought no more for news from Galamper. But a period was put to our comfortable security one evening in the month of April, 1688, when, as my wife and I was sitting in the parlor talking by the firelight, there come in Miles and says to me, "If you please, sir, Mr. Duss is returned from the town, and would be glad to speak with your honor." "Bid him come hither," says I, and laughed to myself, as I often did, to think of the esteem wherein Lol Duss was held by our servants and country people, they verily conceiving him, as I believe, to be a prince in his own country, from all he told touching the wearing of cotton stuffs every day and the like, though indeed calicut and muslin is as common with the Hindustans as linen and woolen with us. The villagers all called him the squire's black gentleman, though indeed he was but little blacker than themselves. And now that the maids had left off to hollow and run away if they chanced to meet him in the passages, the other servants did all take a pride in the air of distinction that he shed upon the household. These thoughts being in my mind, he came in, wearing a laced suit of my livery and a great turband of cambric, very neat, and saluting us after the Indian fashion, which I always had him use, it having so much more noble an air than the customary bowings of our servants, awaited my pleasure. Well, Loldus, says I, what is tea? Master, says he, at the inn in the town is the furring he lord that come from Agra to Surat with your honour, and his lady, that are come from London in my Lady Harmarthwaite's coach, going on a visit to her ladyship. But the furring he lord was took very sick on his journey, so as they was forced to tarry at the inn, and the gentleman physician from the town hath been attending upon him, so that he is by now somewhat eased. The Viscount and Madame Heliodora here, says I, and was so much astonished at the news that I could say no more, but only looked at my wife, who answered Loldus for me, is my Lord Viscount very sick, Loldus, or will he and his lady continue their journey tomorrow? The furring he lord is somewhat amended, mistress, says Loldus, but I heard say at the inn that he must needs abide there some 2 or 3 days. Perhaps 'twould be well for me to go see whether I can be of any service, my dear, says I. Not tonight, sir, says Dorothy. 'Twould but incommode his lordship at this hour. Pray return to the inn, Loldus, and inquire whether this house can furnish aught that may contribute to his lordship's recovery, and say that Mr. Carleon and I will do ourselves the honour of waiting upon my Lady Viscountess in the morning, if it suit with her convenience. Loldus saluted us again, and departed, and Dorothy and I sat silent for a while. At the last she looked up suddenly. Ned, says she, should you now be happier if Madame Heliodora had never rejected your vows at St. Thomas? Why, Dorothy, says I, jealous. But seeing that her eyes was full of tears, I made haste to assure her with great solemnity. My dearest life, says I can say but this one thing, that from the first day that I returned to Elswether until now, I have thanked God night and morning that she did reject and thus leave